Can't you come here please? Kama officials maweze la ngaphambili just to fill in the gaps. Ayikho enye indlela. Izani ngaphambili bathuna asiqalise isikhathi simkile. Akuzubhalwa exams, you just sit in front. Asingeke sibuze imibuzo, don't worry. Hlazani hlalani lapha ngaphambili. Ngizophinda ngi-request the ones that are seated at the back, nayizitulo la ngaphambili. Laba phumayo bayaphi bethu bayolanda abanye buyani masinya madoda uemte holweni. All right, let masibingelele kuqala. Let me greet you good. In fact, it's midday ne? Okay, it's not afternoon, it's not morning, it's midday. Molweni sanibonani. Siyabulela ngokuthi nihlale nibe patient from 10 o'clock until now. Siyabonga. Mara sekufanele ngokusiphangise because abantu abadala they can't wait for quite a long time. We really sincerely apologized for long waiting. We thought that at least people will arrive at about latest 11:30. But manje we can see that we will wait and wait and wait until Cow comes home. So we have to start. Noma kanjani. Sikala ke ngokuthi sikale nge national anthem. And this hall has got an echo, so we have to be very careful and listen.
Sizawuqala
Inews.
ngengoma yesizwe.
All right, ke masiphakama bakhona ukuphakama bangakhoni they can sit down. Itsho radio.
We would plead with you to stand on your feet. For those who can, and those who can't, you may stay seated.
Kakhulu singahlala phansi.
Sinthokoze nonke singahlala phasi.
Bethuna siyaphinda siyabulisa eholweni.
We greet you once more again in this hall that we are meeting in.
Sizawuzazisa kuqala ndiqale ngam.
We are going to introduce ourselves and starting with me.
Igama lam ndinguNonkosi Mvana.
My name is Nkosi Mvana.
Nonkosi.
Nonkosi
Yes. Mvana.
Mvana.
Ndibuya le Eastern Cape.
I come from Eastern Cape.
IXhosa ndiyathetha.
I speak Xhosa.
So we will bear with us. We will mix the languages so as to be able to accommodate everyone in the hall.
So nizosibekezelela sizabe sihlangahlanganisa amalimi la esiwakhulumako.
Ndililungu lekomiti yakwa social development.
I'm a member of a committee of social development.
Ndiceliwe ngumbutho okhokelayo ukuthi ndiphathe ndikhokele le nhlangano.
The leading party has requested me to chairman or to lead this event.
As chairperson,
Njengosihlalo.
sihamba sonke ne-colleagues zamu amalungu ahloniphekile.
I am with my colleagues, my honorable colleagues.
Bazawuzi-introduce ke nabo.
They will introduce themselves.
Otherwise sibulela nje ukuthi le mbinanyana yabantu ikhona apha eholweni.
We are happy that this minority people that are here, and then we are happy about it.
It's not a minority, but it's few of them out of the multitudes that are here.
Njengoba nathi sekatshilo ukuthi abakhona sithokozela ukuthi babe khona kilabo abaningi bekufanele ngabe babe khona.
Mandinikeze i-colleagues zam.
Let me give it to my colleagues.
Sanibonani. Ninjani? Igama lami nguBridget Okwamasango. Nami ngililungu lale komiti limele iGauteng. Ngiyabonga.
I am Bridget Masango, and I'm the part of the members of this committee.
Sanibonani. Ninjani? Mina igama lami ndingu Dikhang Stock.
My name is Dikhang Stock.
Nam ndi ilungu lale committee ye social development.
I'm also the member of the social development committee.
And I'm from the Northern Cape in Kimberley.
I am ngivela Northern Cape, Kimberley.
Ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
Dumelang. Nna lebitso la ka ke Minjani wa Khamangani. I'm a Tsonga speaking, so ke tla le irela favor fela ya go bua Setswana because the interpreter they are sokola thata.
Greetings, my name is Minjani Manganye. I am actually Tsonga speaking. So I will do you a favor by speaking Setswana because interpreters are struggling a lot.
So ke itumella gore le nna ke mongwe wa komiti e ya katletlelo loago.
I am pleased because I'm also a member of this Committee of Community Development.
So ke batla gore mo modula stilo
I want to say to the chairperson,
le ga go ka tla go tlile lemme la batho.
even though le me,
Go tlile lemme a little bit.
okay, even though there's just a few of people that are here,
Re se ke ra nyema moko ka gore batho ba re ba tletseng ke bona ba ba leng fa ba ba godileng.
we shouldn't be discouraged because the people that we came here for are these elderlies that are present here today.
A re tseng tšhono e re direng gore kopano e tsamaye sentle e re tswele mosola ke a leboga.
Let's take this opportunity and ensure that this meeting becomes a success and we benefit from it. I thank you.
Sanibonani.
Greetings.
Dumelang. My colleagues are saying that you seem not to be agreeing with us saying Sanibonani.
engiberegelana nabo babona ngasuthi anivumi nangithi kini sanibonani.
Okay, maybe let me say grace and peace to you all.
Ngithi ukuthula kini nonke.
My name, Kwangcono. My name is Eugene Mtetwa,
Ibizo lami nginguywa,
a member of parliament,
ngiyimember yeparlamente.
and I am appreciative of the effort eniyenzile ukuthi nize.
Sithokozela umzamo enwenzileko bona nibe khona.
Mangcizelele ukuthi impela we are sorry for having started late, but thina kudala sifikile besingaphandle sihlezi silindile ngoba kuthiwa baseza abanye.
Bese kukade sikhona silindile njengoba besizwile ukuthi kukhona bezako. Yeke sithi siyaxolisa ngokuthi sithoma umhlangano lo ngalesi sikhathi sesikhambile.
Kodwa ke la ngiphuma khona mina bathi mshito tswela pele.
Kodwa lapha ngivela khona bathi konke kuragela phambili.
Oran angakaboni ukuthi ubani okhuluma nani. Or nifuna ngithini? Kema ngiyabuditse. Sweet love. Oh ngiyabonga abomkhulu nabogogo bayezwa. Kodwa kunabomkhulu nabogogo abancane engibabona la.
I can see there are elderly here which are much more younger.
Kodwa kulungile, it's good to see young people also participating entweni yabogogo. It means that you care about abantu abadala.
Kuyathabisa ukubona abantu abatsha bafikile kunokufika kwabogogo.
uNkulunkulu ke uyambusisa umuntu omusha onakekela abantu abadala.
God blesses the young ones who take care of the elderly.
That's why izwi lithi the only promise, the only commandment eBhayibhelini kulemthetho eyishumi enesibusiso ngaphezulu lithi hlonipha uyihlo nonyoko ukuze na ufike kule age yabo. Ngiyabonga.
Njengombana umthetho weBhayibheli omkhulu kunawo wonke uthi hlonipha uyihlo nonyoko ukuze amalanga akho ande. Ngiwo umthetho oqhakathekileko loyo.
All right, thank you very much. Let's acknowledge the presence of Dr. K.S. Mabena. Simcele ukuthi ubaba uMabena uzothi mayizela ngaphambili ezokusamkela. He has to welcome us. Sibone ukuthi sifikile ekhaya introduce kahle.
Kesitshetshe bona uDr. Mabena ukhona phakathi kwethu namhlanje uzokuza ngaphambili azethule bese asitshele nokuthi ke uzethule la.
Aze ngaphambili ubaba ke.
Sibawa eze ngaphambili.
Sizawushesha bathu ningabi nexhala. We are not going to finish very late. Sizokhavara the time wasted ngokulinda abantu. So ningapheniki sizowushesha. Nikeza ubaba siyabonga.
Angithokoze mphathi sihlalo.
Let me give you gratitude to the chairman.
Mina ke ngiyinkosi uDr. K.S. Mabena wala eKangala ku Region 7.
I am King K.S. Mabena. I'm Dr. A king and a doctor, or a chief. All right. Dr. K.S. Mabena in Region 7, Ekanga.
Ngifuna ukusho ukuthi sijabule khulu ukuvakatshelwa mbuso phakathi in national parliament.
We are so happy to be visited by the national parliament.
Ngifuna ukutsho kini nonke enize la beparlamente nebombuso ukuthi namukelekile.
I want to welcome you all, the members from the parliament and the people who are in here.
Angithokoze wonke umuntu okhona inlukazi abobankhulu abakhona lapha abathe ukulisa into zabo beza bazokuzwa ukuthi iparlamente ibaphathele ini.
And I also want to thank all the elderly who left what they were doing at home to come here to listen to what the parliament wants to say.
Engikubawa kibo ukuthi nabasuka la bathatha umlayezo bawuse kilabo abahlulekileko ukuza la.
All that I'm requesting is that they must take the message from here and deliver to those who were unable to attend this meeting.
Kukancane khulu ukuthi i-National Parliament ize ebantwini.
It is very rare that the national parliament comes to the people.
Ngifuna ukutsho kuwe mgcinisihlalo ukuthi angixolise ukuthi ama-coordinator wenu or ekade ba organizer ukuthi niyeza bafailile.
I want to apologize to you as a chairman that the coordinators failed.
Engingakutshoko ukuthi next time mhlawumbe naniza la ni contacte lapha eGauteng uJackie Obasanjo or uGiven Maluleka ngibo abantu abazo organizer la eGauteng.
Mr. Jackie Obasanjo and Given Maluleka are the ones who organize things here in Gauteng.
Mina ke ngingosihlalo wamakhosi la eGauteng.
And I am the chairperson here in Gauteng.
Nabangitshelileko mina la njengalokho akade kune Women's Day mina umbuso unginikela amabhesa ayi2 namakhumba ayi2 akhweza amakhosi.
As we have organized in the times of Women's Day, the chieftaincy has given me 2 buses and 2 taxis so that people might come to this event.
Ngiyaxolisa kini enibuye embusweni ukuthi nizokuthola abantu abafew kube nibuya ku national eKapa. Ngiyathokoza la namukelekile nonke hlalani nzinze nilalele ukuthi umbuso usiphathele ini. Ngiyathokoza.
I would apologize that there are few people who are in here, but I'd like to welcome you all and come and listen to what the parliament has to say.
Okay. Asishaye izandla madoda. Samkelekile. Samkelekile lapha ekhaya even if siphoxakele in terms of attendance. Khayili holo elingaka ligcwale lize liphumele ngaphandle kwamanye ama provinces.
You are very welcome, even though there are few people, but you are very welcome.
Let's hope for the best that you'll pass the message to those that haven't managed to attend umhlangano.
Sethembe bona ke nizodlulisa umlayezo lo ebantwini abangakhenge bafike emhlanganweni lo.
Imbangi yobasibela sizise ibill yabantu abadala.
The purpose of us being here, we came here with the bill of the elderly or of the older persons.
That is why besifuna kakhulu abantu abadala, but we are also happy that labacha abantu bazawuthatha all what we are saying here bayodlulisa kubantu abadala.
Our target audience were the elderly. Those are the people that we wanted them to be here. But as the youth is here also, we wish you can take the message and convey it to the elderly at home.
So le responsibility ke yokuthi ni convey i-message to abantu abadala sinikeza kuni bantu abatsha nani zinkosi zasekhaya.
The responsibility of conveying the message now is upon you, youth, and the chief, as he was saying.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi akunamuntu obuya kwamasipala la ekhaya. Ukhona?
Is there someone from the municipality here?
That's another challenge that ubuya kwamasipala baba. Okay, siyabonga ke baba. Bekufanele nawe nje nguwe osamkelela lapha ekhaya ezumuntu kodwa ke akusina ndaba. Uzosivalela usisho usibonge ngobukho bethu la sizibuyela le eKapa ku National Assembly.
Yeah, as we came from the Cape in the National Assembly, the municipal member had to to come here and welcome us. But since you did not welcome us, then you will be closing for us.
Siyabonga ke.
Thank you.
Bendithi nditsho i-reason yokuthi sibe lapho or i-purpose of the day ukuba abantu abadala sithole ukuthi isikhathi njengoba sihamba bayahlukumezeka kakhulu whilst sisazi ukuthi kunomthetho sisekelo wabo owenziwa ngo-2006 kodwa sathola ukuthi kunama gaps nyana asele.
As we looked at the law, we found that there are some gaps that must be filled because our elderly are not are abused and they're having great tribulation. So we said, let us fix this or let us close these gaps so that the elderly can be served.
Toliki kuzafuneka utolike lento ndiyikhulumayo. Ungakhulume yakho into ngendlela yakho. I am saying there is an act of 2006 already. But in that act, we have discovered that there are gaps that we have to close them. Ngokuthi people are old are being abused in our communities.
Oh, ngiyaxolisa. There
Ikhulume
is
ngesintu ke wena.
kunomthetho wango 2006 esithena suqalisisako sathola ukuthi kunengikhala okufuze zivalwe ngebanga lokuthi abantu abadala bayahlukumezeka. Yeke ngebanga lalokho ke sithe asize lapha ke sizokukhuluma ngento leyo.
Manje ke masiqeda ukuzi introduce these clauses esize nazo lakini nani nizosekelela nisincedise. You are going to assist us by filling other gaps or other things that you think that we have left them out okanye behind in terms of lo mthetho siuzamayo ukuthi siuvale lapho sishiyelele khona izinto. We will give you an opportunity nizoza kulezi zitulo zila embindini. You will introduce yourselves and you will tell us ukuthi do you agree or we are reject lo mthetho sihlomelo size ngawo la.
Yeke sizobawa bona ke njengoba sisize nomthetho omlingwa lo nalenkhala okufuze zizaliswe nofana inkhala ezokufuze kuxoxe ngazo nani sizokubawa bona nize nombono wenu ngezinto ezi esizokuxoxa ngazo nizokuza lapha ngaphambili bese ke kulapha ke nizokuveza khona imbono wenu ukuthi nithini ngento ezi esesizenzile.
If you feel or you see that ukuthi in this bill esize nayo already sesiyicoverishile into that you think iyadingeka and manje umbutho wakho ukunikeze isubmission ebhalwe phansi and we won't have enough time yokukhuluma yonke into le emhlabeni. You are going to submit i-written apology, i-written submission yakho uzoyisa lapha etafileni.
Nangabe mhlawumnye into obufuna ukukhuluma ngayo sele ikhona kulomthetho omlingwa. Mhlawumnye kukhona okunye ofuna ukuveza nofana ofuna ukukhuluma ngakho. Sizokubawa bona uthathe i-written submission uyilethekile litafula.
Sizonikeza isikhathanyana isincane 3 minutes umuntu oyi-1 aze nezinto imicamango abona ukuthi nisalele la nishiye lokhu. Please uEdeni ngoba lo mthetho kufanele uthi masele uqedekile ube uyanicoverisha nonke nibe very comfortable and satisfied about it.
Sizakuthi nase ke nilapha nizokunikezwa imizuzu emithathu bona ke nize nengezelelo zenu zizathi nasele zifakiwe ingezelelo zenu lokho kuzokwenza ukuthi wonke umuntu athabele lokho kuzokwenziwa umthetho lo.
Siyaqalisa ke ngoku sizonikela omunye umhlonitshwa wethu ubaba uEugene Thethwa senivile ukuthi honorable Eugene uzonisummarizela nje ngoba ngeke sicede lo mthetho ngoba uthiki kakhulu and nalama clauses akungelungi ukuthi abantu abadala sibafide ngokuthi clause so and so clause and so but sinaso iswangathelo summary of it uzaninikeza nje so that nibe nayo idea of what is it exactly that we have come with it to you. Then ke singene ke ekuthini sixoxe lo ndaba.
Njengombana ke umhlonishwa Eugene Mthethwa uzonguyo. Yes, okay. So as we have heard, our honorable member Eugene Mthethwa will be coming and summarizing what's the clauses that are in there in the bill, and then after that, then we will talk about it.
Okay. Masikunikeze ke honorable, over to you, Honorable Mthethwa. Nayi mic. Thank you very much for the mic.
Thank you, Mphathi Sihlalo. Bangibulise once again the chairperson. Also greet the honorable members of the National Assembly. Ngiphinde futhi ngithi kambe mina ngiphume Soweto kodwa abazali bami bala eNkangala.
I would like to say that I'm from Soweto, but my parents are here in Ekangala.
Asingeneni ke emsebenzini wanamhlanje. The purpose of the bill
Isihloso yomthetho sisekelo sokukhuluma ngawo njenganje.
The bill seeks to amend the Older Persons Act number 13 of 2006
Umthetho kambiso webill number 13 womnyaka ka-2006.
to address its implementation challenges.
Sikhuluma ngezinto esingakhenge sikhona ukuhlangabezana nazo namkha iintjhijilo.
It seeks to insert new definitions and new provisions relating to the monitoring and evaluation of all services.
Uzokuba nendlela ehle etsha esetshenziswa ngayo khulukhulu nazize endabeni zokutjhejisisa indlela abantu abakhulu abanakekelwa ngayo.
To make provisions for the removal of older persons to temporary safe place,
Ukususwa komuntu oselakhulile ukuthi ayokuhlala endaweni ephephileko
or rather the safe care,
namkha indawo ephephileko lapha azokugcinwa khona.
without a court order.
Ngaphandle kokuchinga ekhotho
To tighten up the existing implementation and compliance measures.
ukutshejisisa indlela umthetho lo ofezwa ngakhona
And to effect some textual amendments for greater clarity.
nokungezelela okhunye okuzoqinisekisa ukuthi umthetho lo uphethwa ngendlela ekufuze uphethwe ngayo.
So let's go into what are the challenges it seeks to address in relation to the Older Persons Act.
Njenganje akhe sitshejeni ukuthi ngiziphi ingcabo neentshijilo esihlangabezana nazo emthethweni lo.
The bill seeks to address the gaps that were identified in the Older Persons Act.
Umthetho kambiso lo uzokugcalisa inkhala lapho bekungenziwa khona ukuthi utshejisiswe kuhle.
It thus seeks to address the following challenges.
Uzokukhuluma ngeentshijilo ezimbalwa esizokhuluma ngazo njenganje.
First is the lack of coordination between governments to deliver services for older persons.
Ngokthoma kungaphumeleli kuhle kohulumende ukunikela insizo ezihlokwa abantu abalupheleko.
Secondly, it is non-inclusion in the act of the valuable role older persons play in their families in terms of passing knowledge and wisdom to younger people.
Kwesibili kudlulisela kwetuthuko namkha ukutshejisiswa kwabantu abasemndenini nabo okwenziwa abantu esele baluphele.
The third one is lack of legal provision for older persons to be capacitated on non-communicable diseases.
Kwesibili kubhalelwa komthetho ukuthi nakunamalwelwe namkha amagulo athileko umuntu olupheleko ahlogonyelwe kuhle.
The fourth one is lack of legal provision for services to older persons with disabilities and chronic illnesses.
Kwesine kubhalelwa komthetho ekutheni umuntu olupheleko nakunamagulo athileko anawo athole ukuhlogonyelwa ngendlela efaneleko.
Another one is lack of proper monitoring and registration of community-based care services and residential facilities.
Kwesihlanu kubhalelwa kokuphumeleliswa kokuthi abantu abalupheleko nabasekhaya bagula kube nalabo abazoba bahlwengikazi namkha babahlogomele ngezinto abazihlokayo.
Another one is lack of legal provision for training of caregivers providing frail care services.
Wesithandathu ukubhalelwa kokubandulwa kwabantu abahlogomela abantu abakhulileko ukuthi babahlogomele ngendlela efaneleko.
Another one is lack of legal provision for the removal of older persons to temporary safe care, resulting in older persons continuing to staying with the abusers in cases where they have no alternative accommodation.
Okhunye ukuthi umthetho uyabhalelwa ukuthi umuntu olupheleko nakwenzeka ukuthi mhlawumnye uyahlunguphazwa namkha angakaphatheki kuhle afuduswe la ahlezi khona ayokubekwa endaweni ephephileko. Lokho kwenza ukuthi abantu abalupheleko baragele phambili bahlala ebujameni obungathabisiko.
The gaps in bringing the alleged abuser before magistrates as result cases of abuse of older persons are always thrown out of court due to lack of evidence.
Okhunye sikhala ekufuze sigcwaliswe sabantu abahlunguphazwa kabangalethwa phambi komthetho. Lokho kwenza ukuthi baragele phambili bahlunguphaza abantu abalupheleko.
The lack of legal definition of physical abuse, older are not protected from certain unlawful activities that constitute physical abuse.
Ukubhalelwa komthetho ukulawula indlela abantu abakhulu abahlunguphazwa ngayo kwenza abantu abo baragele phambili nezenzo ezingathabisi kwezo.
Gaps in terms of empowering a clerk of the court or registrar to provide the minister with the details of an offender.
Ukubhalelwa komthetho kwenza ilandelela nakwenzekile ukuthi umuntu ohlunguphaza umuntu omkhulu ubiki umlando onjalo namkha kube nomuntu ozokubhalisa kuhle indaba ekhulunywa ngayo leyo.
Conviction and sentence for the purpose of adding such information to the register upon conviction and sentence.
Ukubanjwa nokubotshwa komuntu ohlunguphaza abantu abakhulileko.
What are the key amendments to address the challenges?
Ngiyiphi indlela esisekelo ekuzokusonjululwa ngayo imraro esikhulume ngayo emthethweni sisekelo lo?
The key amendments in the bill include strengthening the protection and prevention of abuse of older persons.
Indlela esisekelo ukuqinisa nokuqinisekisa ukuthi umthetho lo uyahlonitshwa.
Strengthening of coordination mechanism between government departments.
Ukuqinisa indlela iminyango yakahulumende.
Elimination of harmful traditional practices, including witchcraft accusations against older persons.
Ukukhitshwa namkha ukukhandela indlela abantu besintu abasebenza ngakhona okuhlanganiswa ubuloyi nokhunye okunjalo.
Making provisions for recognizing the responsibilities of older persons in passing intergenerational knowledge and wisdom.
Ukuqinisekisa umthwalo sisekelo ukuthi abantu abakhulu bayahona ukudlulisela imithetho namkha indlela yesimilo ebantwini esizukulwaneni esilandelako.
Enabling the Minister of Social Development in consultation with members of the provincial executive to make information available.
Ukuqinisekisa ukuthi iminyango kahulumende yenza ilwazi lifumaneke ebantwini abalupheleko.
And counseling on non-communicable diseases, strengthening registration and monitoring of residential facilities.
Bekodwa babafundise mhlawumnye ngamalwelo namkha amagulo akhona okuzokwenza ukuthi iqiniso umphakathi ngendlela efaneleko.
And community-based care and support services.
Kuphinde kuqiniswe nendlela okusekelwa ngayo umndeni namkha inthuthi zomphakathi.
Safe removal of older persons to a place of safety.
Ukuqinisekisa ukuthi abantu abalupheleko bafuduswa ngendlela ephephileko bayiswe endaweni ephephileko.
Inclusion maltreated,
Nganise nomuntu ophethwe kahlungu,
abused,
ohlunguphaziweko,
neglected,
ongakatshejwa
or degraded by a caregiver
namkha ophethwe kabuhlungu umuntu ekufuza amhlogomele.
or a family member as a person in need of care.
Namkha ilungu lomndeni njengoba namuntu othoga ihlogomelo
And protection.
nokuvikelwa.
Extension of the definition of physical abuse to include
indlela umuntu ahlunguphazwa ngayo nayiragela phambili,
unlawful detention,
indlela engakavunyelwa mthetho,
medical sedation,
ukungatholi itjhejo ngezokwelatshwa,
or shackling of older people,
namkha ukuphathwa kwabuhlungu komuntu omkhulu,
deprivation of nutrition
ukungafumani ukudla okunepilo,
or medical care,
namkha zokwelatshwa,
neglect or exploitation of an older person in any form or any manner.
ukungatjhejwa komuntu olupheleko ngananyana ngiyiphi indlela.
Mangibonge sihlalo.
I thank you, Chairperson.
Nazo ke izinto esize nazo kulomthetho sihlomele asimshayele izandla. Siyabonga. Ndicinga ukuthi kuvakele.
I
So
think-
abantu abadala ba ready ngokufor ukuthi batsho naye nishile naye fanele ni edition nayo. Sizonikeza ke ngokelothu.
I think everything is clear, and I think now the elderly are ready to express themselves that this has been left out and this is something that we need to be considered.
Bangakhohlwa ukutsho ukuthi bayahambisana naloku size nako okanye baya rejecta bazazisa ukuthi umuntu ubuyaphi.
They must introduce themselves and not to forget to say if they support or not support what's in the bill.
Sizonikeza izandla ke sawubona ngezandla
We will
ukuthi
see.
umuntu ufuna uza la.
Raise your hands if you want to come forward.
Unelungelo lokuthetha nangayiphi ilanguage ofilisha ufree ngayo ukukhuluma.
You have the right to communicate with any language you feel free to communicate.
Siyabonga ke nanzi ezokuqala izandla kumababa beze la ngaphambili ngowesithathu. Sikhona esinye hayi sizosheshe siphume la abantu bala ba understand everything
I think we will
and
be
ba
done.
covered.
Because people are covered and understand everything, I think we will.
Sitye yonke sithethe kanye kanye ngalendlela bayifuna ngayo.
I think spoke very well everything they wanted to hear.
Sinikeze wena baba myeke uzambhala masecedile sondela baba embu. Nayi ke into enimandi nihlebele yona.
Let me
Yayibona
tell
le
you something.
TV le
Do you see this TV?
nyamphazamisa utata. Yimani bethuna nizombhala. Baba uyayibona iTV?
Do you see that camera?
Manje wena uvela eTV yonke indawo konke apha eMzantsi.
You will be on TV, the
Wena
whole
ubukelwe
country.
ngabantwana bakho,
Your kids will be watching.
abazukulu.
Your
So fanele
grandchildren.
uncume. Are you able to smile? Ukwatile kodwa.
Fanele ngikwate mama ngithi
Ufanele ukwata. Oh, askisi ungakwati kakhulu
ngikwata
iTV.
ngaphakathi enhlizweni hayi ngaphandle.
Urongo ngaphakathi. Kodwa ke for iTV le ngoba uzawuvela bazawuthi why ubabe umkhulu wayembiso manje. Fanele ube muhle.
You must not.
So nani njengoba nihlezi la iTV yaniveza. Manifuna ukuzibona ningabukela no 408 lo udla ngokuthi parliamentary whatever services. Sineza uphuma pha nizibone nibone lezi zinto niziedishayo nibone nokuthi sizisa kanjani masizithatha la kini sizihlanganisa nezinye zamanye ama province sizise TV.
So you,
Sizisa naseparliament ukuthi zamkilwe zibe ngumthetho. So nibe very comfortable nikhulume kangangoko. Mari 3 minutes.
feel very comfortable for 3 minutes and don't forget you'll be appearing on TV.
Sinawo ama for social worker apha ne
Do we have social workers in here?
mabakhe baphakame babulisa abantu endlini.
Can they raise up and
Baba.
greet people in the house?
Phakamani bathu nibulise niwayivishe nje.
Please raise up and wave your hands.
Niyaqala ukubabona ne?
Is it
Okay.
your first time seeing them?
Anibazi ne?
Do you know them?
Oh, okay. Nazi ke ne social workers zenu if kuna something obonayo ukuthi into yakho ekuhluphayo ongenaze uyithethe la embokweni okanye kwipublic, uzawuya ku social worker ohlezi la, umbambe ngesandla, nizawuphuma niye laphaya ukhulumisane naye. Ungathethi izinto zakho as personal nezibucayi lapha phakathi kwabantu eholweni. Ungabiza amagama abantu baza kubopha. And then uhambe uye ekhoneni ukhulume no social worker. If social worker akakhona ukunceda, uzasitshela ukuthi sihamba nomuntu omkhulu la, umphathi wo social worker makaphakama wayifishe from a National Assembly. Simbiza mamu civil. So nangu umphathi wabo. If baniphatha kakubi, nibakile, nibaxele today. Bazokuthushuma kancane. Nangu umphathi wabo. Siyaxoxa ke thina. Kodwa ke lokho asikuthandi. Sithanda abantu abathanda umsebenzi wabo abasebenzayo. So masikhululeke ke abantu abadala and be free.
Please feel free. If you have something sensitive and personal, please talk to the social workers. And if maybe you feel there's something that you can't talk to the public, please hold the hand of the social worker and you just go there separately in private and then talk about it.
Sanibonani.
Greetings.
Sanibonani.
Greetings.
Ninjani? Siyabulela. Lo okhuluma ngaphambi kwenu Fiyos Ngcobo.
My name is Fiyos Ngcobo.
Fiyos Ngcobo.
Fiyos Ngcobo.
Ngiyajabula ukuthola leli thuba ukuthi ngibone iParliament.
I'm happy to get this opportunity to be in front of the parliament.
Ifikile lana eBronkhorstspruit.
The parliament is here in Bronkhorstspruit.
Manje ngaloko kuyangijabulisa kakhulu ukuthi sonke masilana size ngekhaya.
I'm happy because we are here to complain.
iParliament ikhuluma ngabantu abadala kukhona la kusala khona.
The parliament speaking about the old people, there's something that they left behind.
Ngoba singathi khona lapha esisokola khona mathi siyabuthelelana singabantu abadala esingaphumeleli khona sinayo indawo ukuthi singahlala senze lo msebenzi okungowethu abantu abadala sihlala emaholweni.
Because we as old people, we are suffering because we are staying in the halls.
Manje ngaloko siyahlupheka ngoba phela lapha emaholweni kuyindawo yaGovernment enabanikazi abayithayela umthetho.
We are struggling because those halls, they belong to the government.
Masithi siyahamba singena lapha kubasebenza abanye bakaGovernment sifuna yona leni ebathi lease agreement asikhona ukuyithola.
When we go to the government people asking lease agreement, we can't get those lease agreement.
Manje ngijabula kakhulu makhona eParliament namhlanje izanginika lo mnyango lease agreement.
I'm happy because the parliament is here will help me.
Ngoba izile kimi iyangibiza ngisogola ngihleli ekhaya.
Because I'm struggling staying at home.
Mangiphuma la ezathi hamba kunawo umnyango.
If I go out, they will help me.
Ngoba mina kule nhlangano eyibathi senior citizen.
Because I'm the senior citizen.
Neminyaka ngiyiqhuba silapha eNkangala.
It's been a long time I've been in Nkangala.
Neqiniso liphelele ngoba ngizwe isikhulumi sithi nisiphuma khona eNkangala abantu babumthetho.
I hear that you from Nkangala.
Ohlezela ngaphambi kwami.
That is in front of me.
Ngizwile impela athi ngiphuma lapha eNkangala sengihlale Soweto manje.
I've heard when I come from Nkaleni.
Neqiniso ukuthi uyayazi le ndawo.
I'm sure that he knows this place.
Manje nathi bethi siyazama ukubuthelana singabogogo ukuthi nabomkhulu ukuthi nini. Nathi sithola ukuthula ngaphathi ungahlali uwedwa uze uwele phansi.
We are trying as old people to have peace.
Angazi ngaphambi kwami ukuthi noma kuyiphutha ukuthi ngizwa i-national neParliament.
I don't know, maybe I'm making a mistake that this is a national parliament.
Manje lapho khona ngathi khona ngiyadideka kancane.
I'm confused about that.
Kodwa ngoba seyifikile national ngingazi ukuthi yona izongisiza kufikaphi.
But because the national parliament it's here, I don't know how
Neqiniso
they're going to
liphelele
help me.
ukuthi yonke into esiyenzayo sivana siyenzela umphakathi.
I'm sure that everything that we're going to do here will
Bani
be
singazenzeli
doing for
thina.
the public, not for us.
Manje ngalowo ngothi ngamanye amazwi
As I say that,
ngoba ngumuntu engihamba neBhayibheli.
because I'm using the Bible,
Angifuni ukuthi sikhuluma sihlukumezana.
I want when we speak, we must be
Noma
in
ngabe ngikwatile
agreement.
manje sengimuhle manje.
Even if I'm angry, now I'm
Manginikezele
fine.
izindaba ngimangisuka lana ngiza ukuthi manje ngiphendula ningiphe lokhu engukuthandayo nami.
If you answer me, you'll give me what I like.
Ngoba nami nje ngithunywa yinhlangano.
Because I'm here, because the organization
Lapha
has sent me
enhlanganweni
here.
yami ngaba nayo i-chairperson yami sayikhetha.
In my organization, there's a chairperson
Baba
that you can
Mahlangu.
choose, Mr.
Jim
Mahlangu.
Mahlangu.
Jim Mahlangu.
Manje ngithumile uthe yena uzahamba ngasayanga ngaselizini.
He has sent me to
Wathi
come
nawe
here.
ngikunikeza kona.
He told me that he is
Ucela
giving me
omkhulu
this.
ukhulumisana naye ubuye nelizament kuye.
He is asking me to
Noma kubhalela
fetch
amafoni
this
akhe.
agreement. Maybe
Manje
write
ngithi
something for him.
Mgcina isihlalo.
Chairperson.
Sengiyohlala phansi nami nginikeze wena ithuba ukuthi mawunikeze ithuba lokuthi mabusa umbuzo kithi wena unginikeze lezi agreement.
I'll give you an
Nako
opportunity to
ngokucela
give me
nje
this
mangibuyela
agreement.
ku-chairperson yami ngimnikeze nawo amafoni noma nayo ilezi agreement.
So I'm asking you, Chairperson, to give me your phone number and give me the lease agreement.
Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much.
Nangangishayela izandla bonga phambili hayi ngumva.
Can you please clap hand for
Amen.
me? Amen.
Siyabonga.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you.
My name is Thomas Kosana. I'm from. Okay. My name is Thomas Kosana.
Ibizo lami nginguThomas Khosana.
The organization I represent is Indlu Yokuthula at Sokulumi village.
Ngisehlanganweni ebizwa ukuthi indlu yokuthula ekwasokhulumi.
But in the Tshwane region of social development.
Kodwa kuTshwane social development.
Since this is in relation to the proposed amendment to Older Persons Act,
Njengombana kuhlongozwa inlungiso zomthethomlingwa lo.
we sat down and looked through the proposed amendment bill.
Sihlezi phasi sawufunda umthethomlingo lo.
So we identified subsection 14 of the Principal Act of 2006.
Sithe nasiqala isigatshana 14 se-subsexual act.
If you look at subsection 14B,
Nasiqala subsection 14B.
it talks to people who are rendering care to the frail and home-based care services.
Ikhuluma ngabantu ababogabogako abasemakhaya okufuze bahlogonyelwe.
Now I'm going to read through the proposals and the gaps that we have identified.
Ngizokufunda lokho esikuhlongozako nengikhala esizitholileko.
Now reading from the document I have here, it says, any person who provides home-based care
Noma nanyana ngibani ohlogomela umuntu okhulileko osekhaya
and frail care must ensure that caregivers receive the prescribed training.
naloyo ohlogomela umuntu osekhaya kufuze abandulwe ngendlela efaneleko.
Now, having picked up some gaps, we have these proposals to make.
Sinehlongozo le njengomana sesizibonile ingikhalezi.
One, can the act be specific in terms of prescribed training?
Sibawa umthetho lo uyibeke ebaleni kwepahla yembuzi ukuthi ibandulo elinjani elifunekako.
Because when you look at old age care,
Njengomana siqala ukuhlogonyelwa kwabantu abadala.
it's different from those who are dealing with orphanages or children's care.
Kuhlukile kunalabo abahlogomela indandani nabantwana.
So the training needs to be very specific
Yeke-
as to which caregivers or what qualifications should a caregiver have when he or she wants to deal with the older persons.
Lokhu kufuze kube sepepeneneni ukuthi ngiziphi inhlabakelo zezefundo ezihlogekako zomuntu ofuza ahlogomele abantu abadala.
Can the act also clearly stipulate that the training institutions should be accredited with the health and welfare sector education?
Umthetho lo bewutsho nokuthi abantu abafundile kwabo nenkolo abafundela kuzona kufuze zitsho zikhambisane nemithetho yezamaphilo.
Because we have got many people with certificates when we do recruitment,
Nabana-
but you find that the certificates are not accredited.
Sithola ukuthi kunabantu abaningi abanezitifiketi zokuhlogomela uthola ukuthi izitifiketi ezo azikho emthethweni.
And they deal with other things which have nothing to do with the elders or with the older persons.
Uthola ukuthi zikhuluma ngezinye izinto eziningi ezingahlangani nokuhlogonyelwa kwabantu asele baluphe.
Then what happens? We end up recruiting people based on their experiences with the older persons.
Ke thina ke sifune abantu abanele abantu abadala kodwa nabangakabandulwa.
Thank you.
Ngiyathokoza.
Then the next is that, does accreditation certificate from any institution, in fact, let me repeat myself. What we need to understand is accreditation of caregivers allowed from any institution.
Ake sikhulume ngokuba semthethweni kwabantu okufuze bahlogomele abantu abadala.
In other words, the institutions are many, but are there specific institutions that deal with training on people who have to offer assistance to the older persons?
Inkolo zona ziningi kodwa zikhona inkolo nofana inhlangano ngokunqophileko esizazi kubona zizingakhona ukubandula abahlogomeli babalupheleko na.
When it comes to home-based care,
Nasikhuluma ngokuhlogonyelwa ekhaya
there is a ratio that is enacted or stipulated in the act
kunesilinganiso esivezwa mthetho lo
that one caregiver is to give service to 10 older persons.
ukuthi umhlogomeli munye kufuze ahlogomele abantu abalupheleko abalichumi
Especially those who are homebound.
khulukhulu labo abasemakhaya.
Now our proposal is that the ratio be reduced
Sibawabona isilinganiso eso sehliswe
because there is a serious challenge with
Ngoba-
one person dealing with more than 5 older persons.
ngombana kusijijilo ukuthi umuntu munye ahlogomele abantu abahlanu abalupheleko.
If that person has to attend 10 people in a week, you will find that today he is attending one elder who is homebound, and that person needs full attention.
Kutholakale ukuthi unabantu abalichumi okufuze abahlogomele kodwana nakaya emntwini munye umuntu munye loyo athatha isikhathi eside ngombana ziningi izinto okufuze ahlogonyelwe ngazo.
And then at the end, you'll find that he or she is no longer able to reach the target or the specific service requirements for the 10.
Uthola ukuthi kudleka isikhathi esiningi sokuthi angasakhoni ukufinyelela isilinganiso sabantu okufuze abahlogomele ngebanga lomuntu munye.
Now, can the National Department of Social Development also assist with ongoing skills development of the caregivers that are already servicing the centers or the home-based care?
Okunye esikubawako ukuthi umnyango wezokuthuthukiswa komphakathi uragele phambili nokubandula abantu esele babanduliwe ukuhlogomela abantu abadala kodwa urage nabo uthuthukisa amakhono abo.
You find that a person has got a certificate that was received 6 years ago.
Uthola umuntu bekanesitifiketi asithola eminyakeni esithandathu eyadlulako.
And there is no refresher program to make that person work in line with the current requirements.
Uthola ukuthi akunazinto ezimenza athuthukise ikhono lakhe ezenziwa bunje okufuze nazo azazi.
So in short, those are the proposed inputs that we would like the department to consider as you amend the act.
Ngilokho ke ebesi bawabona nikcheche njengoba nenza inlungiso emthethweni mlingwa lo.
Thank you.
Siyathokoza.
Sorry baba. Bendicela ukuthi ngoba uzibale ezininzi izinto ezibe uzifunda apho usinikele le tafula le.
Okay, I will ask somebody from our department, from our region to hand over.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Since you've said many things, can you please bring it to the table?
Okabuame.
You may talk.
Sorry, Papa. How abu wa supporter or house support?
You didn't actually state whether you support or do not support the bill.
Ke kopa o buele fa.
May you please come to the mic?
We support the amendment with corrections or whatever proposals that we have also given. Thank you.
Ke di edition le tseno di bu.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Siyayisekela umthetho kambiso lo kodwa kunenhlongozi esifuna ukuzifaka.
Buame.
Dumelang ka moka.
Greetings, everyone.
Ke Joyce Motshweneng wa bolelang ka se sebaka mo.
My name is Joyce Mutwening.
Re thabela go ba le bona ba tswang parlamenteng letsatsing la lekgono.
We are pleased to be with the parliament today.
Le bohle ba e leng di social worker tsa rena re thabela go ba le tsona lekgono le.
We are also pleased to be with all our social workers here today.
Sa mathomo o ka re ke tlo bolela ka taba ya tulo ya go dula ya rena batho ba bagolo.
Firstly, I'm going to talk about the place where we stay as elderly people.
Lena ba le tswang parlamenteng nna re na le kgopelo go lena rena re le ba executive ya Ekangala senior citizen.
As the Ekangala senior citizens, we have a request that is directed to you as parliament people.
Be re kgopela gore space seo re se kgethileng gore re tlo se šomiša for batho ba bagolo le re feng sona.
Now, we are asking that the space that we chose to operate from on behalf of the elderly people, you give it to us.
Gobane ke mengwaga re ntse re ya pele le morago re tsena di ofisi le di ofisi re sena tswelopele re sena le mantswe a re tswetšang pele ge re tsena go ya ofisi go ya mafellong wa fetša re botswa gore office ye e bereka ka batho ba Gauteng, space ke sa Mpumalanga. Jwale a re sa tseba hore gabotsebotse magareng ga Gauteng le Mpumalanga re tshwantse re ye kae mo re tshwantse gore re kgopele space.
Because it has now been years that we have been going into different offices asking to be given that space. And we've been told different things. And in another office, we were told that this office is for Gauteng. And the land parcel that we wanted to operate from is in Mpumalanga. So we do not know where to go. We don't know whether to go to Gauteng or Mpumalanga.
Re a kgopela gore ka le letšatši ka ge le fihlile mo le re le batho ba le tswang parlamenteng, re kgopela gore le feng batho ba bagolo di-space tša go aga moago wa retire village.
Now we are asking that since you say that you are here as the parliament, please give the elderly people space where they can build an elderly village.
Gobane re bona rena re ba plekeng e re dula mo gona re bona bofokodi ba batsofe bo bona ke rena re leng executive tša bona.
Because where we reside, we are able to can witness the sufferings and the struggles of the elderly people since we are their executive.
Sa bobedi ke tlo bolela ka SASSA.
Now, the second issue that I'm going to talk about is in relation to SASSA.
Ke kopa before o tsena ko SASSA, me motshweni, ke kopa gore before o tsena ko SASSA, re bolelle gore o dula ko lekeishene or o dula ko motseng.
Now, before you can tell us your grievances about SASSA, please tell us whether you stay in the township or maybe in Motseng or in rural areas.
Ke mo lekeisheneng.
I'm in a township.
O ka tswella mme.
You may proceed.
Ke a leboga.
Thank you.
Nka tswela pele ka go bolela ka SASSA.
May I proceed and tell you about the issues that I have with SASSA?
Mme bua.
Yes, you may proceed.
Le gona mo go SASSA ke kgopela gore re thušaneng mo go SASSA.
I'm also asking for help in relation to SASSA.
SASSA ya rena mengwageng e fetileng ile ya tswallwa ka mabaka a itseng ka ge e le gore be go latlhega di-laptop.
The SASSA offices that used to serve us were closed a few years back because of the fact that the laptops that they were using
Waya mengwaganyana ge ntse ya e latelana ya re mola e tswaletswe ya bulwa gape.
Now, after a few years, the SASSA offices were opened again.
Re hlakametšana le bothata rena batho ba bagolo mola go SASSA.
Now, as elderly people, we encounter problems at SASSA offices.
Go swanela gore motho o mogolo a fihle ka 5 o'clock ya furugu mola gating ya SASSA.
And elderly people is supposed to arrive at SASSA gate at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Ke kgopela lena ba le leng kwa godimo gore ga re thušaneng ka SASSA re bonang gore SASSA re tseba di-office di bulwa ka 8 re bonang gore SASSA ga e bulwa ka 8 bakgakolo ba swantse ba tsena ka nako mang SASSA a go kgonege gore bakgakolo ba ka tsena ka bo 5 bo 4:30 ba eme mo gating ya SASSA.
Now, we are asking for help with regard to SASSA because as far as we know, the SASSA offices open at 8. So it can be that elderly people are supposed to arrive at their gates at 4:30 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
Ke kgopelo ya ka eo.
Now, that is my plea.
Ke le koko ke le motho o mogolo ke bolediswa ke gore le yona e santse e nyaka gore batho ba bagolo ba tlhokomelwe.
Now, as an elderly person, I feel that elderly people should be taken care of.
Ke a leboga.
I thank you.
Yaanong, mme Motshweni, wa o support-a molao o ka ditlaleletso tse o ntse o di dira or ha o dumellane le ona o re tlileng ka ona?
Now, do you support this bill with the additions that you have been making or not?
Ke a o support-a ge re tla re le ge re boledišane ka se sebaka e re ga le fitlha kwa godimo kwa e be molao o e ba molao o e leng gore wa diragala re kgotsofale mo ditulong ka moka tse re dulang go tsone.
I support the bill, especially if after this meeting, when you get to Parliament, you ensure that this bill gets to serve the people at the places where they reside.
Ke a leboga.
I thank you.
O teng social worker kana mang o tswang ko area e tswang mme a tswang ko yona?
Is there a social worker present that is from the area that Ms. Motshweni comes from?
Gayo.
Is there no one?
Okay, a re tswelele mme.
Okay, we may proceed.
Sorry, o tsa sebaka go emisa letsogo. Tse dingwe tse o tla di nguna ka gore tse dingwe tse le tshwanetse le thuse ha le le mo fatshe. O tlo tsena mo bathong ba ba tlo buang ka kgang e mme na bua ka yona ke fa wena mongwe wa sebaka ha re setse re tla ko dikarabong wena o itse gore wa araba potso e ne e botswa ke mme.
Now, please know that you have now been given the responsibility to can answer the question that was asked by the lady.
Tobela,
Greetings.
siyalocha. Inna Nontombi.
I am Nontombi.
Nontombi Mia Chaka.
Nontombi Mia Chaka.
I'm the project manager from Refile Tswaraganang Old Age Center.
Ke project manager at Refilwe Tswaraganang Old Age Center.
Samatomo, I just want to thank you for this opportunity that we are given today by the Parliament.
Firstly, ke tla rata go le leboga ka monyetla wo le mphile go ona le kgono le lena
I
ba
think as
Palamente.
elderly people, we are honored to be here today.
Me ke kgolwa gore rena jwale ka batsofe re tloga re hlomphilwe kudu ka go ba gona mo lekgono.
And we've got a full trust that today, yakarito bua yana ka the bill.
Jwale ke na le tshepo e tletseng
Gore
gore
tse re
le
di-
kgono le, as we are going to talk about the bill,
Gore tse re di bolelang today ka rona batho ba bagolo, they are definitely going to be taken into consideration.
that whatever that we're going to discuss here today as elderly people, di
Ka re
tlile go
yaka ile a
lebedišiša.
bolela our parliamentary member o boletse gore go na le the abuse for the elderly people.
As the parliamentary member has stated that go na le go tlaišwa ga batsofe.
Yaanong gona bjaanong in support of the bill.
Jwale ge ka go thekga bili,
Ke tla bolela ka tse di latelang tse re kgopelang gore e be di amendiwe mo billing ya rona
I'm
ya batho ba
going to
bagolo.
talk about the following issues that I would like to be amended in the bill.
Ke tla kgopela gore ke di bale.
I would like to count them.
The
or even read
definition
them
of
out.
older persons that has changed from 60 to 65 years. It's confusing.
Jwale ge go fetolwa ga tlhaloso e ya gore motsofe ke motho ofe go tloga go mengwaga e 60 go ya go e 65 seo se tloga se hlakahlakanya.
And then more section 3, subsection A4,
Section 3, subsection A4.
the act must be implemented by all organs of state.
Jwale molao o swanetše o tsenye tšhomišong ke makala ka moka a mmušo.
And any other stakeholders remembering services to older persons in the national, provincial, and where applicable.
Le dihlongwa ka moka tšeo e leng gore di abela batsofe ditirelo le moo go swanetšego.
applicable local spheres.
Makala a selegae a maswanedi.
We welcome the motion, however, we are battling to get.
Re amogela tšhišinyo eupša re tloga re na le bothatanyana.
To get the assistance from the local municipality, e.g.,
Bothata bja go ka hwetša thušo go tšwa mmušong wa selegae, mohlala.
some NPOs are experiencing from the municipality-owned buildings.
Di NPO tše dingwe di na le bothata mabapi le ditefelo tšeo e leng go swantše ba dire go masepala.
Where they are struggling to acquire the accommodation in those buildings.
Oh. Mo e leng gore ba ba le bothata bja go ka hwetša meago e o swantše go ba šomele go yona.
A certificate recommending health, food, accountability, some with the cost of from the municipality, which they struggle to get them.
Di certificate mmogo le tšeo e leng go di mabapi le kabo ya dijo tšeo e leng gore ba swantše ba di hwetše
From the municipality.
go tšwa go masepala.
In short,
ka bokopana
the municipality struggles as Rona, we've got the passion with the elderly people.
Now, the municipality is actually giving us a challenge, especially us who have a passion with working with elderlies.
Because at the moment, the funds are suspended because we don't comply with the municipality documents.
Ka lebaka la gore ka se sebaka mašeleng a thušo a fegilwe ka ge e le gore ga re na maswanedi ao e leng gore dingwalwa tša maswanedi tšeo e leng gore masepala wa dinyaka.
And when we get to the municipality asking for the title deeds,
ge re ya ga masepala re kgopela title deed,
you find that the municipality, they change from time and again as political aids.
o hwetša e le gore kua ga masepala go bana le diphetogo nako le nako kudu mabapi le baetapele ba sepolotiki.
When already they were about to get the title deed, then when the municipality changes, then you find that we have to start again afresh.
Mola re le kgauswi le go hwetša title deed, o hwetša e le gore bjale go šetše go na le diphetogo mabapi le baetapele bja sepolotiki.
And then you find that at the municipality, all those expenses to get the certificate, they are too high for us as elderly people because we don't have funds.
Gomme dinyakwa tše tša dingwalwa tša di-title deed gore re kgone go di fihlelela o hwetša e le gore ditefelo tša ntshe di godimo kudu gomme rena jwale ka batšofe ga re na mašeleng ao.
Some building plans were also affected by the fire when the municipality, metropolitan municipality was burnt down.
Di-plan tše ding tša meago di ile tša swa ka nako tše e leng gore meago ya masepala e be e swa.
Then now we are supposed to start afresh having those plans and having those title deeds.
Jwale ge go ra gore swantse re thome fase mabapi le di-building plans tšeo mmogo le di-title deed.
That's where we ask for the national to assist us so that we can also comply and have those funds for these elderly people.
Ke ka go re kgopela mmušo wa bogareng gore o tsenelele o re thuše gore re kgone go bana le mašeleng mmogo le tšona di-title deed.
And I proceed, section 4 of the act.
Ge ke tšwela pele ge section 4 ya molao.
Section 4 states that all the organs of the state and all the officials, employees and representatives of the organs of the state are all stakeholders must trust, respect and protect the elderly people.
Yona ge e bolela gore makala ka moka a mmušo bahlankedi mmogo le baemeledi ba na le maikarabelo ao a gore ba hlomphe batšofe.
So we ask that this must also be endorsed.
Gomme ge re kgopela gore se le sona swanetše se tloge se ngwalwa se tšwetšwa pele.
And as I want to elaborate on this, one of the respect that we acquire,
Gomme ge nka hlalosa mabapi le se
We
e
had-
nngwe ya tlhompho tšeo re tloga gore re di nyaka go di fihlelela.
we had a chaos now on the 5th when they were at SASSA offices.
Re bile le tlhakatlhakano, malobanyana mo re ba le ko dikantorong tsa SASSA.
When the elderly people were there, they said their cards are not, they don't have network.
Ge batsofe ba ba le kua dikantorong, ba ile ba botsa gore aowa ga ba na network, dikarata tsa bona ga di na network.
Mama, sikhulumile mos before. Sazuvumelana nge 3 minutes, Wena ukhuluma isikhathi esingaki? 10 minutes, 20. Yeah, cedelela ma.
Please,
Submit lapha ya itafuleni while what you are saying.
Please remember that we have agreed that every speaker is going to speak for 3 minutes.
Okay.
Now, as soon as you're done, please submit there at the table.
Ngiyabonga mama, ithi ngcibe yona le ka SASSA le.
Let me just wrap up quickly.
Bamile elangeni ngendlala lelo langa ngezi 5.
They stood in the blazing sun on that day of the 5th.
Azange bayithole isasa yabo ngalelo langa ngezi 5.
And on that day, they didn't receive their social grant.
Babuya futhi ngezi 6 azange bayifumane.
And they came back on the 6th, they still didn't receive their social grant.
So iproposal yethu bokungcono lesasikhathi bahola kuma pay point.
Now, it was better at that time when they were receiving their social grants from the pay point.
Ngoba bokunezitulo zokuhlala bokunama toilet khona lapho.
Because there, they had seats as well as toilets.
Bokune advantage yokuthi nama community people bebakwazi ukuthi bathengise lapho.
And there was also an advantage for the community members because they had that chance to can sell whatever stuff that they needed to sell.
So my recommendation is this.
Jwale ge tšhišinyo ya ka ke e latelago.
Recommendations, National BSD to roll out the training to all the departments so that officials from the other department of spheres who are working hand in glove with the elderly people must be trained.
Jwale tšhišinyo ya ka ge ke gore bahlankedi ba swanetše ba
Uyabona
fiwe
ke leyo,
tlhahlo.
leyo ikhulumayo yile esihamba nayo kwesilomthetho sivivi. Sithi abantu abadala mabaphathwe ngabantu abatrained. Yebo. Nangu ngqongqoshe umuntu omkhulu kwa social development uzayikhavara leyo nto mase summarize. Mara fanele sivumelane ukuthi manifuna ama old age homes aniveli nifune nje building elibohlokayo ethubeni elizowuvela liwela abantu abadala. And then abantu abadala kuthiwa nglohulumente akabanakekeli abantu abadala. So fanele ni comply with the rules. Siyavana ukuthi they take too long time. Siyazwana bayazwana ukuthi siyazama ukuthi mabayi short circuit lento yabo yoku approve ama forms enu mani applyile. Siyacela kodwa konke ngoba ukubhale kahle kutayitshiwe nokutayitshwa unikeze pha kubo lapha etafuleni konke lokho sikuvile sokongeza. Siyabonga mama.
Besicela ukuthi ku council meeting kube ne-one representative yabantu abadala ukuthi wonke ama issues yabantu abadala abe khona ku council yaka municipality so that the municipality must hear us.
Okay.
Now,
Baba
the last
lo
point.
baba lo wakwamasipala usesekhona? Baba wakwamasipala? Uhambile? Andizwa ke. Ngwasekurule nasiwa la. Okay, owala akakho. Okay, sizamreportela so that ahoye izinto. Ama-title deeds aseyinkinga all over. Ayahluphana because a delay process yokuthi nithole i-title deeds zenu nemihlaba. Kodwa ke ezuhulumeni wonkana suphethe lo mcimbi we-title deeds. Siyacela u-human settlement awu fast track akhawulezise asheshe because ayasukulisa. Besifuna ke ukuthi umasipala bekhona so that lezi zinto zibhekene naye abone ukuthi uyazithatha and then azisize. So
Now,
kodwa sicela ungenise la.
Since the representative from
Na itafula kaloku.
the Tshwane municipality is not here, he will actually get the report
Why
as to what is
nidonsa
it that
ngelphepha
was
manje?
discussed here.
Baba.
Now,
Askisi kancane. Baba. Why nidonsa ngaleli phepha? Kwenzekelani? Oh, iprosity yakhe ufanele usabele kuyena. Oh, all right. Over to you. Kuluma mama.
Good afternoon, one and all.
Siyanilotshisa nonke.
Can you use mic yakhe but
Good afternoon, one and all.
Siyanilotshise
My
nonke.
name is Ruki Soma. I'm a
Ibizo la-
social worker at Lodium Care Services for the Aged, Shwane.
Ibizo lami nginguRuki Sona ngibereka
Soma.
nabantzoma ngibereka emnyangweni wama social worker.
I'm going to discuss Section 7B.
Ngizokhuluma ingcenye ku 7B.
It relates to the protection of rights to property, inheritance, and physical abuse of older persons.
Yona ke ikhuluma ngamafa nokuhlogonyelwa nokuhlunguphazwa kwabantu abalupheleko.
Abuse related to property and land rights,
Ukuhlunguphazwa okuhlobene nendawo zokuhlala
and abuse related to the rights to inheritance.
nekuhlunguphazo okuhlobene namafa.
Okay. Now, how can we protect the older persons in this regard?
Singabavikela njani abantu abalupheleko nasikhuluma ngendaba le?
Section
Ingcenye yesine
of the Principal Act stipulates that all officials and employees must respect, protect, and promote the rights of older persons.
umthetho lo osengcenyeni yesine ukhuluma ngokuthi abantu abakhulu kufuze bahlonitshwe bavikelwe ngazo zonke indlela bahlonitshwe abantu abasenkhundleni eziphezulu.
According to Declaration of the Rights of Older Persons in South Africa,
Ngokuvumelana namalungelo wabantu emthethweni weSouth Africa,
older persons should have access to all legal services to enhance their autonomy and protection and care.
abantu abalupheleko kufuze babe namalungelo apheleleko ukuthi bahone ukufika eminyangweni le bavikeleke.
Okay. Madam Chair, we have several cases where the properties are transferred from the senior, older persons, from the parents to the children without their knowledge, either fraudulently or otherwise.
Sihlalo ke sinobujamo obuningi lapho utholakala khona ukuthi amafa omuntu olupheleko ayathathwa afaka emzukulwaneni zakhe ngaphandle kwevumo yomuntu loyo.
And this is abuse.
Lokho kuqalwa njengokuhlunguphazwa.
They transferred without their consent
Ziyathathwa ngaphandle kokuthi bona bavume
and knowledge,
nangaphandle kokuthi bazi.
and illegal use of their property or finance, all that constitutes abuse.
Nokusetshenziswa kwemali zabo ngaphandle kokuthi bona bazi konke lokho kuqalwa njengokuhlunguphazwa.
Usually what happens in our culture, the parents live with the children and then they influence the parents to transfer the property onto their names.
Kanengi okwenzekako endlini ethu enzima abantu abakhulu bahlala nabantwana abancane bese kuba ngibo-ke abafake ilukuluku lokuthi basuse into zabo bazifake egameni labo.
Rural and human settlement.
Indawo
Prior to the change of ownership,
indawo ezisemakhaya nasemalokishini ngaphandle kokuthi zifakwe emabizweni abo,
to please verify the information from the previous owner,
kufise ilwazi esikhathini esidlulileko,
especially older persons who find themselves thrown out of their houses after the children force them into signing the houses off onto their names, and they are not even aware of this.
khulukhulu ebantwini esele baluphele abazifumana bakhitshwa emzini abo namkha ezindlini zabo ngaphandle kokuthi baphe imvumo yokuthi kwenziwe ngaleyo ndlela.
They end up begging on the street and being homeless.
Bagcina banganamakhaya babawa endleleni.
I've had a case this morning where an 85-year-old senior, they phoned me while I was traveling.
Kube nendaba ekseni ngitshayelako bona ngize la umuntu omdala ona 80 ungifonele.
He's living in a house which is worth 140,000 rand.
Uhlala endlini engabiza 140,000 rand.
He paid 80,000 rand deposit about 15 years ago.
Wabhadela 80,000 rand njengemali esisekelo endlini leyo.
The balance of 60,000, he applied for a loan at the HBZ Bank.
Waba ukuboleka imali ebank engango 80,000 rand.
The previous owner of this house is the brother of the manager at this bank.
Umuntu bekamnikazi wendlu le bekamfowabo womuntu obereka ebhanka labo leke khona imali.
To cut the story short, now that the son has grown up, he's inquiring about the property rights. They've got all the information, all the documents, but the owner and the brother that used to work at the bank, they said the signatures that appear on these documents are not they didn't sign.
Nase ngikhunyeza indaba le umnikazi wendlu le nalo nendodana yakhe bona babereka ebhanka aba sebabuza ngayo indlu le begodu akekho umuntu omnikazi wendlu le akusuyo sayine amaphepha wendlu le.
They have not been evicted as such,
Akenge bakhitshwe endlini leyo,
but they feel very insecure. He's 85 years old.
kodwana bazizwa basaba ngebanga lokuthi uneminyaka eyi-85 years old.
Now, if I refer them to legal aid services, will they be able to help?
Nangibathumela endaweni zemthetho ingahani bazolithola isizo abalihlogako na.
Okay. In conclusion,
Nasele ngiphetha,
I support Section 7B
ngiyawusekela umthetho mlingwa wa-7B
and recommend that a clause be included in the Act
begodu ngibawa ukuhlanganiswe emthethweni
to stop the abuse
bona kukhandelwe ukuhlunguphazwa
of older persons.
kwabantu abalupheleko.
Thank you.
Ngiyathokoza.
I was about to stop you. 3 minutes you have has expired.
Bese
But,
ngizokujamisa.
all what you have submitted, it's a written submission. I can see you can forward it to the table. And I would just want to say, we rely on you, as you are saying you are a social worker, to try. If an elder person is missing something, you are the backup for that particular service. Remember, when you are 85, you have the dimension sort of, you forget everything and you miss everything. You as social workers are supposed to back up that particular person. But if lo muntu lo was not being able to be assisted in terms of that, you go upper levels. I said now, you chief director, she is responsible for older people. She is in that section or that unit. So you sometimes take a call as a social worker, you phone and ask advice from them. Because that issue doesn't even need attorneys or lawyers. It just needs someone to stand on this. But bantu abadala, educate them on how to do things. Whilst they are still normal, advise them to write something down. If someone is unable to write, she asks or he asks someone to write all what he wants. Mina, in the olden days, I know my mother and father wrote us under the, but in Tonyland, that thing, yeah, not will as such, because he will, labantu bakudala babengayazi ukuthi it's something that needs to be written. We cut le rent, nithi yini. But in the when you have a home, you are all written there and in a list where that this one is responsible and this one and this one and this one. All the kids of that particular person are written down in the municipal. Then it was, I don't know how did we call it. Lodgers, I wanted to tell a kamale lodgers. I want to tatu yas, ilodger, kwakubhalwa. ukuthi all these belong to this home. And when umuntu omdala ebhala, because labantu abadala bathi, if you ask about wills, bathi ngxamela ukuthi sibhubhe. You want our to inherit. So don't ask anything about that. Angithi nisho baba, nithi ungasijahi. We won't die now. Ngoba senigijimela ukuthi ni own le house. But you have to educate them, please. So submit that to the table. Otherwise, we appreciate all what you have said. Abantu abadala bazwile. Enkosi, thank you.
Sikuthokoze khulu kokuchileko ungathumela inhlongozo zakho ngapha.
Sorry, ma'am. I've got a number of cases that I'm dealing with that are similar to that. I'll need details on that because we have progressed in terms of there's fraud involved in that. It's not just a simple case where somebody has forgotten or what, it's fraud. So we need to deal with that. If you can give me that case, I'll appreciate it. Thanks.
Oh, thank you very much. Over to you, Baba. Ushilo what we are seconder or can you we are seconder some clause but with the addition. Thank you very much. Over to you, Baba.
Qinisihlalo nenhlangano ngiyanibingelela nonke.
I would like to greet all of you, Chairperson and your colleagues.
Igama lami uDavid Mahlangu.
My name is David Mahlangu.
I'm from a Tish area called the Retabiseng Township,
Ngivela eRetabiseng,
which I'm part of Togozani Age Group Organization for older person.
ngiyingcenye ihlangano ebizwa ukuthi iThokozane ihlogomela abantu abalupheleko,
Which it was from 2009.
eyathoma ngo-2009.
So today I just want to say I'm here to support all the persons amendment bill.
Namhlanje ngila ukuzokutsho ukuthi ngiyayisekela imithetho mlingwa le,
Kodwa we have some addition based on them.
kodwana kunokuthileke sifuna ukukungezelela kilokho.
So I will start with the amendment of section 5 of Act 13 of 2006, which is on page 4. It-
Ngizokuthoma ngomthetho mlingwa ose page 4.
Amendment of section 5 of Act 13 of 2006. Section 5, number 4.
Engizokukhuluma ngakho kusengcenyeni yesine ngaphasi kwesection 4.
The act stimulates that anyone dealing with an older person must take all the measures necessary to eliminate harmful traditional practice.
Umthetho lo uthi nanyana ngibani ohlogomela umuntu olupheleko kumthwala wakhe wefanelo ukususa nanyana yini engalimaza umuntu omkhulu,
Including witchcraft,
okuhlanganisa ubuloyi,
accusations,
insolo,
which may affect
okungenzeka zithinde
the welfare,
ihlala kuhle,
health,
ukuphila,
life and dignity
ukuphila nesithunzi
of that older person.
somuntu olupheleko.
We suggest
Yeke sihlongoza
that the act
bona umthetho kambiso lo
be specific by indicating
uchwe bunqopha ngokutsho ukuthi
also that anyone
nokuthi nanyana ngibani
working with older persons must be vetted
osebenza nomuntu olupheleko kufuze abe neziqu,
from cleaners to board members
kusukela ebantwini abahlengisako
to prevent possible abuse of older person,
bona kukhandele ukuhlunguphazwa kwabantu abalupheleko,
whether physically,
kungaba ngokwenyama,
emotionally,
ngokwamazizo
and economically.
nangokwezemali.
Police clearance
Indaba zamapholisa
should be produced
kufuze zikhitshwe
prior to employment or appointment as a board member.
ngaphambi kokuthi ukhethwe njengelungu lebhodi.
Then I'll go to the next act.
Ngizo-
Amendment of section 13 of Act 13 of 2006, which is on page 5. Section 13B.
njenganje ngizokunzinza kakhulu ngaphasi ko section D page 5.
The minister must prescribe condition for the registration of CBCSS, including application for registration.
Uminister akufuze azihlolisele ngaphasi kwenhlongozo ezilandelako eziku page 5.
Approval of registration, temporarily
Askisi baba, why uyifunda kodwa seyikhona la nathi siphethe amaphepha?
Okay.
Yeah, come up with what you think we need to add.
No.
Or into obona ukuthi le ayihambani. Ungayifundi yonke baba.
Oh, thank you,
Sesishesha
Chairperson.
kaloku manje.
Oh, time waited for no man, thank you. Who qualifies for temporary registration?
Abangahona ukuthi babe nama qualifications afaneleko
Duration of the temporary registration?
wokuqatshwa isikhatshana.
What are the requirements for temporary registration?
Ngiziphi imfuneko ezifunekako bona uqatshwe kwesikhatshana?
Section 13C.
Ingcenye 13C.
Over and above the amended section, we propose that the families of the beneficiaries should be notified.
Kilokhu ke sihlongoza ukuthi imndeni yalabo abakhethiweko kufuze yaziswe.
The families must be given names of facilities to choose from more, especially for accessibility purposes.
Imndeni kufuze inikelwe imikhakha ehlukahlukeneko lapha izokukhetha khona.
Most beneficiaries which falls under group 3 are at times unable to communicate due to health reasons.
Abanengi abazokufumana lokho ngaphasi kanengi abahona ukufumana ukuthi khuyini elindeleke kibo khulukhulu abawela ngaphasi kwesigaba C.
Moving them without the consent of the families might create challenges from the department. Live SCDMN can be set as an example.
Ukubafudusa ngaphandle kokuthi imndeni abo yazi kungabanga intshijilo nenkabo.
There are also intents where families refuse the relocation of older person, even though the message has been portrayed that facility does not comply.
Kunezinye indawo lapho imndeni yabantu aba ingavumi ukuthi bafuduswe ngisho nanyana sekukhulunyiwe ukuthi hlogeka into enjengaleyo.
And how can the act cover the officials or department when families and the owner refuse to comply?
Umthetho lo uzokulandelelwa njani khulukhulu nangabe imndeni ayifuni ukubambisana nawo umthetho lo.
And we also have a plea to our local government when it comes to compliance, like food acceptability certificate, health certificate. Can it be free for older persons organization because it's more expensive for them, whereas they are still starting the organization?
Kodwa sinesihlongozo sokuthi kuba yini uhulumende angavuma ukunikela intificate khulukhulu zokudla nezempilo ukuthi bahone ukufumana izinto ezinjengalezo ngoba zifuna imali eningikhulu khulukhulu njengoba sihlangano isanda ukuthoma.
By saying that, we say we support the amendment, older persons amendment bill. And I just want to say thank you.
Ngokutsho njalo siyawusekela umthetho mlingwa lo begodu ngiba ukuthokoza.
Okay. Program Director.
Mlawuli wehlelo,
Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee,
nani abahlonipheki be portfolio committee,
Ubukhosi,
ebukhosini,
all members present,
nabo bonke abakhona namhlanje si.
please accept my warm greetings to you all.
Ngithi nginilotshise nonke ngokufuthumeleko.
My name is Benjamin Mabena.
Ibizo lami nginguBenjamin Mabena.
I'm from the Royal Manala Makerana Traditional Council.
Ngivela ku Regional Council Traditional Council njoba nje ningizwile.
I just want to mention a few things or inputs in terms of the business that we are about to complete, hopefully.
kunezinto ezimbadlwana ngezihlongozako kule ndaba esixoxa ngayo namhlanje.
The first one relates to abuse itself.
Kokuthoma ke sikhulume ngendaba yokuhlukunyezwa.
There is what I call aggravated or repeated abuse of the elderly.
Kunokuhlukunyezwa okubuyelwe ngendlela ebuyelelweko kwabantu abadala.
In this particular regard, Chairperson, I feel that this should be treated in the same vein as cases involving sexual violence and abuse of children.
Ngicabanga bona indlela okuqalana ngayo nokuhlukunyezwa kunjalo kwabantu abadala indlela okufuze kuqalane ngayo nokuhlukunyezwa kwabantwana nabanye abantu ababokaboka.
In this particular regard, Chairperson, I'm proposing that
Nasi ihlongozo engiyilethako.
Portfolio Committee, including such malfeasance in the list of those that goes to the list of offenders.
Sibabona iportfolio committee ihlanganise isono lesi izifake eheleni lezono ezikulu okufanele umuntu ajeziswe lezona.
We know, for instance, that in respect of those that abuse children, they are put in a list whereby they will never in their lives be able to deal ever again with children.
Siyazi ukuthi abantu abahlukubeza abantwana bafakwa ehelweni labantu abambikhulu kangangokuthi bajeziselwa ukuthi bangasaphinde bathome bahlukumeza abantwana.
The second issue that I want to raise, Chairperson, is the dichotomy that I see in terms of operations of the Portfolio Committee, the Department of Government, Office of the Status of Women, and Stabled in terms of joint societal projects.
Ihlongozo yesibili engiyilethako kule minyango engiqeda ukukhuluma ngayo indaba yokusebenzisana kweminyango le bona abantu abadala bakhona ukuhelebheka.
We are proposing, Chairperson, that you consider this as a matter that can bring greater synchronicity.
Sicabanga ukuthi iportfolio committee nayo ingakho icabangisisa ngalokho ingasihelebha kakhulu endabeni yokusebenzisana
in terms of its operations.
indlela umsebenzi wayo ewuraga ngayo.
Let us not forget, Chairperson, that in the current era,
singakhohlwa bona umthetho wanje
we have a situation whereby the elderly do not only raise their children,
ukuthi abantu abadala abakakhulisa abantu ababo kuphela
but currently they are also raising their own grandchildren
bakhulisa nabazukulu babo
for one or the other reason.
ngebanga linye kwaphela.
Added here to, Chairperson, is the issue of the elderly as sources and resources of indigenous knowledge.
Okunye futhi ezokhuluma ngalo lilwazi labantu abadala lezakade.
The role in terms of what you say in terms of cascading down knowledge,
iphuzu enikhuluma ngalo ngokudlulisela ilwazelo,
information,
imininingwana yelwazi,
experience,
ilemuko.
I feel that it is not spelled out sufficiently.
Ngicabanga bona ayikakhanyi kuhle.
Maybe, Chairperson, this aspect can be looked into as well.
Ngicabanga ukuthi iphuzu elifuze liqalisiswe.
Ngiyacabanga so, Chairperson, mhlawumbe ubaba uJobe lapha.
Maybe Mr. Jobe.
Umthetho. Yeah, ngoba yena ngakhe I read somewhere that he's an advocate or something.
Ngikhe ngafunda ndawana ukuthi ummeli.
Yeah. Chairperson, we are also proposing that in respect of aggravated and in the respect of aggravated abuse as well of the elderly,
endabeni yabantu abahlukumeza abantu abadala ngokubuyelelweko,
whereby the elderly have to give evidence in court.
Njengombana abantu abalupheleko sekufuze balethe ubufakazi ecourt.
They also receive the same level and degree of gravity as happens in the case of children.
kufuze indaba yabo ithathelwe phezulu ngezinga okuthathelwa phezulu ngayo ezinye izono ezikulu.
This is more especially significant in respect of those whose level of academic understanding of issues is compromised by lack of education.
Ngombana ke njengobana sibona ukuthi ifundo iqhakatheke kakhulu endabeni ezinjengalezi ngoba ngiyo enza ukuthi indwezi zibe semnananini.
In conclusion, Chairperson,
Nangiphethako isihlalo
any person who abuses an elderly person
wo nanyana ngibani ohlukumeza umuntu olupheleko
is no different from a criminally minded person who burns a school
akakahluki nesigebengu esenza izinto ezimbi
or a library.
ochisa isikolo namtjana achise i-library.
Having said that, Chairperson, we support the bill.
Ngokutsho kwami njalo ngithi ngiyawusekela umthethomlingwa lo.
All right. Siyacela baba ngathi uyibhalile lento kahle futhi. Ungayisubmita lapha yana.
Can you please
Siyabonga.
submit
Ingaba
to the table?
baphelile abantu abafuna ukukhuluma.
Is there anyone who
Last
wants
round ngoku. Woza baba, woza ngaphambili.
you can come forward?
Phakamisile khona umunye ophakamisile.
Is there anyone
So
who raised their
ngokugcina
hands?
lo.
Is this the
Alright.
last one?
Mishilo ngathi siyashesha la. La abantu ba covered.
We are going swift. People understand here.
Kuwena baba.
Angikuthokoze mphathisihlalo.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Ngiyathokoza mphathisihlalo.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Siyathokoza baba.
Angeke ngibe mude kangako mara nangimude ngiyathemba ukuthi uzongibekezelela njengenkosi ephethe isizwe.
I won't be long, but if it happens that I will be long, can you please bear with me as a chief of the nation?
Okokuqala mphathisihlalo angithokoze laba ama home based care.
Ngiti, sorry. First of all, I like to thank those who are called home-based care.
Ngoba labantwana benza umbereko omkhulu ohlula abantwana balapha babahelebha khona.
These caregivers do a lot of work, even a lot than the family siblings of the people that must take care of the elderly.
Ngoba bona bayaphuma bakhambe baye lapha baya khona ama home based care asala nekinga ekhaya.
Yeah, these people just go and do whatever they want to do, but the caregivers stay at home and care for the elderly.
Benza umbereko omkhulu ngicela ukuthi sibabekezelele and sibahloniphe. Ngoba lokho ebakwenzako ukukhulu esizweni somphakathi.
We just want to, so that they can be respected. So please bear with them and respect them because the job that they are doing, it's very beneficial to the community as a whole.
Njengenkosi ngiqale umphakathi ukuthi uhlupheka kangangani.
As a chief, I am the one responsible for the poverty of my community.
Umbuso ulinga ngamandla ukuthi isizwe singathaki sihelebheke.
The government tries by all means so that to eliminate poverty in the community.
Qinisihlalo lapha eKangala kunama firm ngabona ngaba 73 74.
At Ekangala, we have about 73, 74 firms.
Ama firm angaberekako ngabona ngaba 9 kuphela wonke avaliwe.
Only 9 firms are operating. All of them are closed.
Phathi sihlalo ngifuna ukukunikela umphako ukuthi bonke abantu ekade basebenza kulama firm la.
That all the people that have been working in those firms,
basebenza kuphi badla ini?
what do you think, where are they working and what are they eating?
Ngikosi ngizwa isihawu sesizwe esingaberekiwe.
As a chief, I empathize with the people that are not working.
And the president, we Republic of South Africa.
And the President of the Republic of South Africa,
Uzama ngawo wonke amandla ukuthi isizwe asanelise.
he tries to satisfy the nation as it is.
Mara khona lapha ku national lapha nibuya khona eParliament.
But in the in the parliament, where you come from,
Ngini ngibo abasengela umongameli phasi njengebisi nawulisenge komini ulisengela phasi.
you are the one which takes the president down, like when you are milking the cow and then the milk goes down.
Nawuqala ukuthi kwenzekala ini lapha eParliament umongameli naphuma aya ngaphandle ayokufunela isizwe umsebenzi ukuthi bazokutshala imali eSouth Africa.
When the president goes out and asking for assistance and the investment,
Nabaqale iParliament ku national baqale okwenziwa lapha.
and those investors look at the parliament and they are looking at what is happening there.
Nilula ukuthi bangasuka ngaphandle bazokutshala imali zabo eSouth Africa.
And it does not make it easy for them to come and invest here in South Africa.
Abantu ababulala isizwe ngilaba abaku national abenza lokhu esingakufuniko thina sisizwe simakhosi.
People who are killing the nation are those who are working in the national departments.
Thina silaphasi lana basibiza ama grassroots sihlala nesizwe.
We who are people down here as chiefs,
Nasibona isizwe sihlaka.
when we see the nation in poverty,
Bona bahlezi kamnandi le ku national parliament bakhona ukukhuluma everything ebafuna ukuyikhuluma ku president.
they can talk, those who sit up there on higher positions, they only talk to the president whatever they want to talk with him.
Githi mina next year upresident nabuyelako ukuba ngupresident.
I say next year, if the presidents become the presidents again,
Ngoba manje mhlambe usaba ukuthi nangalilisa umutsha angeke bamvotele.
because now he might be afraid that if he disciplines some, he might not get votes.
Mara next year wabuyela waba ngupresident akalilisa umutsha kulaba abehlisa imali yombuso ngomlenze.
If he comes to term again, he must discipline those who make corruption in these departments.
Ukuthi bayamsusa sebamvotele next year that magnisakni mara akalilisa umutsha ngoba isizwe siyathaka.
If maybe they don't agree with him while he's in the office, but he must take disciplinary actions.
Nawuqale ngaphakathi komuzi abasana abaphase igrade 12 balele ngamakona entolo zamaPakistani ababereki.
As we look in our nation, the boys who have just matriculated are just sleeping there by the corners near the Pakistani stores. They are unemployed.
Abantu bababiza bonyawupe, babiza abantwana babantu abonyawupe.
People are calling other people's kids Nyaupe boys.
And lokho kukhoswa i-national parliament le lapha balwa no president khona.
This is the
Hayi
cause.
baba, ngeke ndikuvumele uqhubekeke with what you are saying. Yebo, usho ukuthi mosubhekisa kuthi thina lapha sihleli kule tafula. Kodwa ke ithi ndikusize baba, ithi ndikusize. Manje size ngebill, ayukuvotwa. Njengoba sihlezi la sifuna ukuvotelwa even ourselves ngoba size kini so that ningathi niza manifuna sivote. Mani sithi umthetho nufakelele anizi manje sizile kini ukwenzela ukuthi nisivotele 2025 hayi mongameli yedwa nisivotele nathi manje ke siza nalomthetho sifuna ke manje ugqile la kulomthetho ngoba icorruption umengameli every now and again ukhuluma ngayo ukuthi laba ba corrupt masidile ngabo. So ngifuna nje baba kaloku ngumhlangano webill lo hayi ukuthi yimbizo. Uyabona ke wena njengenkosi ngiyaku-understand uqhela imbizo lapho kuthethwa gabalala, that is everyone khuluma noba kukuphi. Manje sisakhuluma ngale bhili, ihamba nayo awuhambi nayo kwenzekelani. Sawudlulisa umyalezo wakho. Nathi njengoba sihlezi la sizoyigada le corruption. If le corruption yenziwa sithi laba bahlanu bala, hayi asivumelani nayo. Ngicela uTolike baba ngale ndlela ngiyikhuluma ngayo kancane nje uzakunikeza baba uqedelele.
Let me stop you there. As we are here, we are also against the corruption. We are here so that you can vote for us, so that we can minimize this corruption. But at the moment, we are not talking about that. We are talking about the bill itself. What we want you to say, it's what is according to the bill. So please, when the president talks about this thing all the time, that corruption is not accounted for.
Ngiyathokoza sihlalo. Benginikela umphako mara ke engakutsho ibill lenze ngayo le ngiyamukela 100%. Mara ke ngiba ukuthi nanifika kumanye ama portfolio committee nicho ukuthi lapha sibuya khona eBronkhorstspruit isizwe nongabona isizwe bazokuvotela mara nongabona isizwe ukuthi sihlupheka kangangani angeke uthande wena uyadla nami ngiyadla mara isizwe siyahlaka. Ngiyathokoza.
Siyabonga baba umongameli simbonile ekhuphula ethatha abantu kwindawo ngendawo izizwe sayibiza BRICS sathi masibize lonke laba bantu naba enemies zethu naba friends zethu baze la eSouth Africa bazo investa so that laba bantu balele ngamaqala pha ema shopping ba bhema ilento inyuwa into nyawuphi basizeke especially laba bethu abantwananyana abafundileyo abazi graduates nize nava umongameli uze weza nayo neprogram yokuthi labantwana abancane mabangene kwi-learnership umuntu afundiswe skills at the same time ahole imali yensipho so that at least kuzanywe lento lena siyazi ukuthi for 3 years besiqinezelwe yi-COVID ama-shop amaningi amakhampani lokhuluma ngawo avalwa amakhampani ahamba thutha into zawo abheka lapha abuyela khona konje sizama ukurecovera from that now sikhuphula isizwe faneleke mongameli ngeke asuke lapha yakhoyo fanele la senze ukuthi kube nezinto abantu abatsha ababhizi zizona so that sibakhiphe busy. One of them sisport sibonile ukuthi abantwana bethu mabedlala inetball ba enjoya kanjani. 2 tonight kuzodlala irugby sifanelekile siqale lapha enzansi le rugby nale soccer so that sibakhiphe busy labantwana bangabi too much hyperactive kulezi zinto ze drugs ba rape abantu nizwile only 2 weeks 3 weeks back umongameli ushilo wathi no bail for those that are rapists akiri kade sitoyitoya njengobutsho ma sithi no bail umongameli uyigcinelele uzoyenza umthetho ukuthi no bail for rapist for abantu abahlukumezayo for whoever othi emuntwini ongowesifazana abuse manje abobaba kufuneka babe very careful bangathi kwabomama athi ndakubulala okanye icase leyo bazobanjwa bazobotshwa siyabathanda abobaba kodwa ke sifuna ukuthi babe nendawo abamakuyo basihlukumezile kakhulu singabantu abangomama nabantu abangabantwana umengameli uyiphethe leyo nto ngicela uTolike baba uTolike ngalendlela ngiyikhuluma ngayo.
Yeah, okay. As I've said, that our president, we've seen him trying to coordinate the BRICS thing, and then we've invited the investors, even the investors which were our enemies, to come and invest here. We understand that the COVID-19 had a devastating impact in our economy. But now the COVID is over, people must come and invest. And then those people who are coming to invest will these will open the opportunities for the young ones, for the employment of the young ones. And we're also seeing the president opening ideas like learnership so that people might learn the skills and develop their skills. And he also came up with an idea of involving the young people into sports so that they can try and play and do whatever that the sports require so that they can not smoke this thing called nyaupe. And we've also seen our president emphasizing the point of the abusers, that no one must be abused, and that the one who abuses people sexually or whatever must not get bail. So this encourages you as men not to abuse women, because you've been abusing us for so long. But now we are taking initiative that men must know their place in the society and not abuse women. I don't know if I...
Uchifu ke sizocela simshiye netask yokuthi abize imbizo kule ndawo ahlala kuyona. Ngiyafuna ukuzwa kahle kahle uchifu uhlalaphi. Fanele anikeze ama contact numbers kula tafula so that ama social ukhona social work wendawo obuya kuyona enkangala, ubuya enkangala mosibaba. Ukhona social work obuya enkangala la? Akakho. Ukon. Where is she? You can arrange no baba. So that when unembizo, you also ask I presence yabo. Babe khona basize ngokuthi umphakathi lo bawu empowerishe ngezinto ezizi rights zabo. Baze bangene nakulo 2006 Act. Batsho ukuthi amalungelo abantu ahamba kuphi. Awokuqala amalungelo abomama, 2 amalungelo abantwana, 3 bazongena kula malungelo abantu abadala. Bakusize ubatshele the date ngesikhathi esikahle so that ba prepare ukuza
Abantu abatlhogomela abantu abalupheleko kizo zonke imfunda ezibunane.
We are working very closely with a provider called NICDEM.
Sisebenzelana eduze khulu nensekelo ezihlukahlukeneko.
And I think it's important that I also emphasize that the modules of this training are specifically geared towards making sure that we equip our caregivers with the necessary skills and abilities to respond to the needs of older persons specifically.
Ngifuna ukutsho nokuthi ibandulo esilinikelako lidzimelele khulu ngalokho okuhlogwa abatlhogomeli ukuthi bahone ukuhlogomela abantu abalupheleko ngendlela abahloga ukuhlogonyelwa ngayo.
But in order to ensure that the training is ongoing,
ukuqinisekisa ukuthi ibandulo liragela phambili,
we have also created a database of training providers whom we have recently trained.
Senze ihelo labantu abatlhogomela abantu abalupheleko esele sibabandulile,
to make sure that they are able to assist us in rolling out this training across the 9 provinces as well.
ukuqinisekisa ukuthi nabo bayasiza ekwenzeni ukuthi ibandulo litholakale emfundeni zonke esinazo.
We are also encouraging provinces to make sure that they also train.
Sikhuthaza nemfunda ukuthi ziqinisekise ukuthi nazo ziyabandula
and ensure that they avail the necessary resources for training.
Nokuthi siqinisekise ukuthi baletha insetshenziswa esizihlogako ukuthi babandule,
which will address the concern that was raised here this morning relating to the outdatedness of the training that our caregivers have.
okuzokuqinisekisa ukuthi kuphendula imibuzo ebeyikhona namhlanje ekseni yokuthi abantu abatlhogomela abantu abalupheleko babandulwe ngendlela efaneleko na.
But also assist us in terms of addressing the budgetary issues. Hence, we are saying provinces must also budget and avail resources for this training.
Lokho kuzosisiza nathi endleleni esisebenzisa ngayo imali zethu ukuqinisekisa ukuthi isifunda sala naso siyatlhogonyelwa.
Now, there is a concern that also came through relating to measures that need to be in place to eliminate harmful traditional practices, which is under section 5(4).
Kesa khuluma nangengcenye 5(4) yona ke beyikhuluma ngokususwa kwezinto ezingabanga abantu abalupheleko ukuthi balimale khulukhulu izinto zendabuko.
I need to indicate that this province is not the only province that we have engaged with. If I have not lost count, it is the 5th province that we are engaging with.
Ngifuna ukuniqinisekisa ukuthi isifunde sakusiso kwaphela esikhe sakhulumisana naso nangikhumbula kuhle isifunda sesihlanu.
And the issue of abuse has been emerging across all the provinces that we have engaged with.
Indaba yokuhlunguphazwa ivezwe kizo zonke imfunda esesikhulumisene nazo.
Specifically linked to harmful traditional practices and witchcraft myths.
Khulukhulu naziza endabeni zendaba zobungozi bezinto zendabuko nobuloyi.
Now there is a section that we have also strengthened in terms of addressing the issue of abuse of older persons.
Kunenye godi ingcenye esiqinisekisileko ukuthi iyanzinza khulukhulu nayikhuluma ngezinto zabantu abalupheleko.
And that is section 26.
Leyo ke ingcenye 26.
And we have also looked at other sections to support the implementation of this section. Section 25 is one of the areas that we have looked at, which is section 25A, where we remove an older person who is being abused.
Kesa qala nezinye ingcenye ukuqinisekisa ukuthi ingcenye le iqinile ingcenye ezinjenge 25 ezikhuluma ngokufuduswa komuntu olupheleko.
Now, we also have redefined abuse through this legislative framework.
Nasiqalisisa ingcenye lesi bone kuhlogeka ukuthi sihlathulule ngobutsha ukuthi kuyini ukuhlunguphazwa.
And we have also made sure that our older persons begin to feel comfortable in terms of reporting. And we would want to encourage that any person, not only the older person, any person who notices that an older person is being abused, or the older person, him or herself, should report abuse if they find themselves in situations such as those.
Siqinisekise nokuthi umuntu olupheleko uzizwa chapulukile ukubika umlando ingasiyena kwaphela kodwa nanyana ngibani obona umuntu olupheleko ahlunguphazwa kufuze azizwe achapulukile ukubika umlando onjalo.
And we now say, when an older person experiences abuse, the person must receive full support to ensure reporting of the matter, as well as support throughout preparatory processes that should enable our older person to go through the justice system.
Njenganje sifuna ukuqinisekisa ukuthi umuntu olupheleko nange ahlunguphazwa kufuze athole isekelo alihlogako ingasi ngesikhathi sokwaphela ngisho nangemva ukuthi umlando ubikiwe kufuze asekelwe.
We are also saying when the older person goes through the court system, there will be support through people that will be trained, whom we call intermediaries.
Kodwa okhunye sikuchoko ukuthi umuntu olupheleko nange akhamba amakhotho okulungiswa yona indaba leyo bakhona abantu ababanduliweko abazokhona ukuthi bamhelebhe.
And they will also be receiving the necessary support throughout the process.
Uzokuthola isekelo elihlogekayo kilo lonke ijimelo.
Testifying,
ukuveza ukukhuluma ukuba ngifakazi
in camera.
Kuzokube kunama camera lapho.
Testifying in camera without the older person being exposed to the general public.
Uzabe asendaweni angabonwa umuntu angekhe bambone laba bamhlunguphazileko.
And once that process has been concluded,
ijimelo naseliphelile,
this legislation compels the Minister of Social Development to establish a register of abuse where the perpetrator will be enlisted.
Umthetho kambiso lo uthi kube nehelo lapho umuntu phazileko loyo ekufuhlolwe kilo.
To address one of the issues that were raised earlier on relating to the exposure of older persons to abusers.
Lokho kuzabe kuphendula umbuzo ophakanyiswe khona la okhuluma ngokuhlolwa phasi kwabantu abahlunguphaza abantu abalupheleko.
Now we have a register of abuse that has been established by the National Department of Social Development to ensure that the minister indeed successfully realizes this request or expectation.
Njenganje ngifuna ukuthi ukuthi sinehelo lapho kuhlolwa khona bonke abantu abahlunguphazwako ukuqinisekisa ukuthi silwisana nayo indaba le.
Now, if an older person is in a situation of abuse, we also facilitate their removal through section 25A.
Nange umuntu olupheleko ahlunguphazwa si berekisa umthetho 25A lapho uvuma khona ukuthi sifuduse umuntu olupheleko.
And linked to that is section 31(2), which then speaks to what I have just explained relating to the names of people who have abused.
Umthetho okhambisana naloyo ngiloku 31 okhuluma ngalokho esengikhulume ngakho ukufuduswa komuntu olupheleko.
There was also a question that was asked relating to the conditions for registration.
Kube nomunye umbuzo okhuluma ngendlela okuhlolisa ngayo.
We have already addressed this concern under section 33, where we innovate the issues of penalties upon those providers of services who are non-compliant.
Sesiyilungisile indaba le engaphasi kwengcenyele lapho sijezisa khona namkha sikhiphe ama penalty kilabo abangakhambisani nomthetho lo.
I would like to link that to the concern around the facilities that are not available for our older persons where they are struggling with title deeds and so forth.
Ngibawa ukuyikhambisanisa nale ekhuluma ngabantu abadala abangakhoni ukufumana incwadi namkha ama-title deed wendawo lapha abahlala khona.
It is important that all facilities occupied by older persons are safe,
Kuqakathekile ukuthi indawo lapha abantu abalupheleko bahlala khona ziyaphepha
for their occupation at all times.
bona bangakhoni ukuhlala lapho ngaso sonke isikhathi.
We have noted what has recently happened in Gauteng, so we wouldn't want that to happen in any facility that is occupied for the provision of any social development services.
Sikubonile okwenzekileko eGauteng yeka sifuni lokho kwenzeke kunanyana ngimuphi umuntu ohlala emphakathini esingaphasi kwayo.
So we have also indicated and supported this particular section by imposing penalties so that we are able to deal with the providers of services who are non-compliant or who contravene parts or sections of this legislation.
Sikubonile okwenzekileko yeke sijezisa namkha sibakhiphisa ama penalty abangakhoni ukubambisana namkha bakhambisane nalokho ekufuze bakwenze.
Chairperson, I think I am going to now wrap up.
Sihlalo ngicabanga ukuthi sengizokuphetha njenganje.
I take it that I have covered the bulk of the issues that were raised.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ngikuhlanganise konke sele kukhulunywe ngakho.
The last issue that I want to talk about is the issue that was raised relating to SASSA.
Indaba yokugcina engifuna ukukhuluma ngayo indaba ephathelene neSASSA
and the implementation of this legislation.
nokuphethwa kwawo umthetho sihlongozo lo.
There was an issue that was raised relating to the closure of SASSA offices.
Kunendaba ekhe kwakhulunywa ngayo emalungana nokuvalwa kwama-ofisi weSASSA
And its reopening.
nokuvulwa ngobutsha kwayo.
Part of the concerns that came forth were specifically relating to the conditions under which our older persons receive SASSA services.
Eminye imraro ebangele lokho bujamo abantu abalupheleko abafumana ngayo insetshenziswa.
The times that were shared with us here earlier are of serious concern to all of us.
Inkhathi esitshelwe ngazo la ziyasithinta sonke.
We are also aware that our older persons also sleep at SASSA payout points.
Siyazi nokuthi abanye abantu abalupheleko balala lapha kufuze bathole khona imali yabo yomkhono.
Or arrive at early hours of the morning.
Namkha bafike ekseni khulu.
I need to indicate that it is a concern specifically because of your safety and security.
Ngifuna ukutsho ukuthi kuyasithinta lokho ngomkhulukhulu nasicabangela ukuphepha nempilweni.
And I am of the view that many of us are aware of the options that the department and its portfolio has offered to our older persons. The fact that we now have post banks, you also have an option of receiving your pension grant at any bank of your choice, as well as a number of supermarkets.
Ngiyaqiniseka nokuthi abanengi bethu bayazi ukuthi umbuso ulungise indlela lapha abantu abalupheleko abangakhona ukuthola ngayo imali njengamabhenki abawakhethako nentolo ezikulu imbala.
So this assists you in terms of not being forced to stand on very long queues.
Lokho kunisiza ukuthi ningazizwa nikatelelekile ukujama emjejeni emide.
Or to subject yourself to all the issues that I've just raised.
Namkha nizifake ngaphasi kwemraro esesikhulume ngayo la.
So it is absolutely important that we consider going to our own backs at the time where we are comfortable, but not forcing ourselves to go and stand on the long queues on the days, the actual days of payout, because the issue that was raised as well relating to money being finished is bound to happen if we are too many.
Lokho kusiza ukuthi ningazizwa nikatelelekile ukuthi niye lapha nithola khona imali nomhola ngelanga linye lapho lokho kubangela nokuthi imali iphele ngombana banengi abantu abalindele ukufumana imali ngelangelo.
Now, in terms of section 3, subsection 4, we talk about the implementation of the legislation. And I think this is a very important point. I need to indicate to you that we have already come up with an implementation plan that is impacting on all government departments that have got a role to play in terms of providing services to older persons.
Njenganje nasikhuluma ngayo ingcenyele kunenge selesikhulume ngakho esilingileko ukukulungisa ukuqinisekisa ukuthi yonke imithetho kambiso le ilandelelwa njengoba injalo ukusiza abantu abalupheleko.
The implementation plan has already been tabled before the DGs of various government departments to ensure their buy-in, commitment and support.
Amahlelo la sele kukhulunywe ngawo aqinisekiswa ukwenza bona wonke amalunga enze ngokwalokho alindeleke ukuthi akwenze.
And this process is also supported by the structures that we expect to be active at all times at district and local levels.
Ngokwendlela okungayo umthetho le usekelwa ngiwo wonke umuntu begothi siyaqiniseka ukuthi uzokwenziwa ngokwendlela khona ngokwemfunda nengodi ezihlukahlukeneko.
And the said structures are linked to the district development model at what levels?
Begothi uzokuvezwe ebantwini bonke ngokwengcenye ezihlukahlukeneko amawadi njalo njalo.
So some of the issues that were raised relating to how the Department of Health executes its responsibilities and provides services, as well as the issues around the municipality services, it's important that we ensure that we are represented as older persons because we have a voice that has been established by the National Department of Social Development, and that voice at national has been replicated at different levels. So we would want to see you being represented in those structures so that these issues can then be dealt with amongst those government departments that sit in those intersectoral structures.
Yeke esesikhulume ngakho imraro eminenge esiyivezileko ke sakhuluma ngayo njengomnyango wezamaphilo uqinisekisa ukuthi njengabantu abalupheleko nifumana isizo ichejo enilihlogako ngokweminyango ehlukahlukeneko nangokwingcenye ezihlukahlukeneko ngokuya kwala nihlala khona.
Thank you very much. I take this opportunity once more to thank you as members of the Portfolio Committee as well as our chairperson for having created this opportunity for us as a department. It is a milestone that really, moves us from point A to point B. We're looking forward to the conclusion of this legislation very soon and its final implementation. Thank you very much.
Nginthokoza kakhulu ngokuba khona kwethu la nokuthi nisamukele kube kuhle kakhulu kuba la kube icopha mlando ukuthi sikhulume ngezinto ezisithindako sonke sicale phambili ukuthi izinto esikhulume ngazo la zenzeke.
Thank you.
Siyathokoza.
Siyabonga. Manje ngiyaqedelela ngithi nizwile impendulo nizitholile.
I think you've heard all the answers, right?
Sinabo onhlalonhle la phakathi kwenu.
We have the Department of Social Development and the social workers amongst you.
Ningalindeli kuze ibhili soloko nihlukumezeka la ephansi.
Yes, so that you cannot be abused as you go up and down here.
So, what is the process that we are going to take forward when we arrive in Parliament is as follows.
Indlela esizoyithatha njengombana sikhamba siya eParliament siyokubika ngendaba le.
That the committee, having listened to all the submission,
ukuthi njengombana ikomiti ilalele yonke imibono yenu,
it will invite the Department of Social Department
izokuletha umnyango wezokuthuthukiswa komphakathi
to respond to issues raised during the public hearing.
ukuthi ilungise imraro ephakamiswe emhlanganweni lo esinawo namhlanje.
The committee will deliberate on content of the bill,
Ikomiti izoxoxa ngalokho okuhlolwe kulomthethomlingwa
taking into account the submissions.
icabangela nalokho esele kuveziwe
Subsequently,
ngokuhamba kwesikhathi
the bill will be referred to NCOP
ibhili izokuthathwa iswe eLCOP
to embark on their legislative processes.
bese bona ke bazayiqedelela ngokwekambiso yabo engokomthetho.
And thereafter,
Ngemva kwalokho
the bill will be sent to the president
umthethomlingwa lo uzokuthunyelwa kumongameli
to assent, and it becomes the act.
ngemva kwalokho ke uzokuba umthetho osemthethweni.
Leyo izayenza nje ukuphela ngupresident le ukuthi kube i-act.
Mina izokuba iAct namtjana umthetho neni kuzumongameli kuphela ozokufaka imvumo enjalo.
So ngiyanbulela kakhulu.
Thank you very much.
Bulele nabo laba bama NPO, home-based care,
And thank the LPOs and all those who participate in home-based care.
and thank also our staff members.
Sithokoze nama staff members
Nabo labo soloko basikhombisa ngamabona kude.
sithokoze and on the TV side.
Ne-security lesihamba naso.
And thank the security.
Ungakhohlwi lamalungu lawo aphambili kwenu.
And don't forget these members who are in front of you now.
Yeah, kastswana bare khosi kiena akere o ja morago kiena khosi.
Ngesitswana bathi ikosi idla mva.
Re a mo leboga thata khosi ya rona.
Ne sithokoze ikosi yethu.
So ha ise ke kere gore ditsamaiso di tsamayang Lindi.
I still haven't heard as to how the arrangements are going to proceed. Lizzie,
Bahlalela. Umlaeza uthi nihlale phansi la nihleli khona nonke.
the message is that you should just remain seated.
So batlatla ba le sota le ntse gona mo.
They will come and sort you out right where you're seated.
So ne ke kopa moithaupi o ka re rapellang.
So I'm asking for a volunteer amongst you, the one who would close with a prayer.
Aba rapelle le se re tla senwang kana se re tla se ja.
And that volunteer should also pray for the food that we are going to have.
Ke kopa ba ba kgonang go ema ka maoto re eme ka maoto.
Now I'm asking for those who are able to can stand there on their feet to do so.
Moithaupi
Where's the volunteer? Okay.
Asivale namehlo. Babona amandla onke isele Nkosi yethu Jesu Kristu waseNazaretha sibongile uNkulunkulu wethu sibonge ukuthi ube khona uNkulunkulu wethu isaqala le event egameni lika Jesu Kristu waseNazaretha naba bantwana bakho uNkulunkulu wethu i-leadership yonke uNkulunkulu wethu ebekwe nguwe baba siyayibiyela ngegazi lakho nangomlilo oqothulayo baba siyabonga namanje uNkulunkulu wethu kusayizonikezwa ukudla baba siyakubusisa ngegama lika Jesu Kristu waseNazaretha baba nguloyo naloyo uNkulunkulu wethu ozokuthola makagqoliseke ngawo egameni nasegazini lika Jesu amen.
Anginizwanga nithi amen. Ke kopa o ileng a tshwala di-key bundle ya di-key mogolo ke yo o latlhile bundle ya di-key o di kry-ileng ke kopa gore le thuse mogolo.